Good evening, everybody. How are we going? Here we are back in Satisfactory Logistics. This is my go-to planning tool when planning out a factory. I find it the easiest for being able to test different alternate recipes. Here we have a small motor blueprint factory that I designed to basically make in a blueprint maker so that we can replicate this as many times as we need. And so yeah, this is a great tool because you can just click on here, you can look at all the alternate recipes, and if you want to try a different one, you can just select it, apply it, and it'll recalculate. So you can very quickly see what different resources are needed for different recipes. This tool, while easy to read and great for changing alternate recipes, has one big problem though, in that it doesn't actually handle blueprints factories in a larger factory. So in my steel factory upgrade, I want to stick 2 of these in, but there's no easy way to just copy this and paste it in. So if I go to my other factory design for steel here, hang on, is this loaded the latest? Uh-oh, I got a sync issue. It's not even showing the latest. Right, okay, well, I did have a steel factory here, and it basically, I couldn't include the blueprint of this motors factory while still doing the rest of the factory. But there is another tool that I've started to use, which I'll just switch to. Give me a second. This is the Satisfactory Modeler, and it is not a web browser-based tool. It's actually a Steam app. It's freely available. It is very powerful and very clunky, but it does what I need, and I'm slowly sort of learning how to use it properly. Hopefully you can all see that on the stream. Let me just check my stream monitor. Yep, okay, cool. So the great thing about this is that you can set up actual blueprint factories. So up here, I've got my steel motors blueprint factory, which if I open, this is kind of the same thing we saw on the other browser. So we've got 5 motors out, and we're bringing in 75 steel ingots and 77 and a bit iron ingots. Doesn't look quite as pretty, and it is a little clunky to use this interface, but this is now defined as a blueprint factory to make steel motors. So now when I come across, actually I'll show you my other, I've also got another one which is just a blueprint for making stators. Let's move that across there. So similar kind of thing, I can define all the machines that makes up this particular blueprint, which is 10 stators per minute, using 45 steel and 44 iron. And so with these 2 blueprints, I can now combine these into my whole steel factory. So this is my whole steel factory here, which previously was making just pipes and beams and encased beams. So this kind of stuff is sort of made directly in the factory, but I also have these 2 blueprint factories here. So I can just put these in as part of the entire factory design, and it will automatically calculate how much raw materials I need from the get-go here to be able to feed through in all of these. So if I say I want to increase motors here, and I say let's go 3 versions of the blueprint, we can see it'll actually only have enough raw materials for 2.64 copies of the blueprint. So we could put 3 down, but it wouldn't run at full efficiency, and we'd only get 13 motors out. So I've tweaked these values to kind of work with the raw materials that we have supplied here. And the actual bottleneck is here. So we have a, I think it's a pure iron node. Actually, we've got it in the settings here. Where is it? Pure iron node. Yep, we've got a minor Mark II on it. But we don't have Mark IV belts yet. We've only got Mark III belts, and a Mark III belt's maximum throughput is 270. So I've had to kind of tweak these numbers to be able to get this to fit in 270. So this is kind of the target state for the factory for now. But later on, if I wanted to increase, let's say I get Mark III miners or bigger belts so I could overclock this more, then I could say increase the number of constructors doing pipes to say 6, See, we don't have enough materials here. Actually, what's that reliant on? Probably this. So then if I say we're bringing in another node, just as an example, is it going to actually recalculate? It's probably because I've tuned all of these to only produce what is required. I kind of locked it down. But if I increased all of these sources here, then I could actually increase this to 6 constructors worth. But at the moment, we're doing 4.5 just to get these outputs here. So 12 encased beams, 18 pipes, 30 steel beams, 10 motors, and 10 stators. And because these blueprints here are making the pipes that they need internal to the blueprints, we don't need as many separate external constructors making pipes. So this planner helps. So if I can open that here actually. So if I open that here, see, we do have constructors in here making pipes, but that's part of the blueprint, so it's kind of separate from the main factory. So last session we made the blueprint for motors using steel. This session we're going to maybe put a little more polish on it. There's a few things I want to tweak, but then we're going to cut it down and modify it to make a Stators blueprint, which will be similar sort of layout, but just with less machines in it. And then we can hit up the old steel factory, tear it down, and build this new steel factory from the ground up. I might also fiddle a little with hypertubes. I have an idea that I want to try and make a hypertube building lift. So I thought I might give that a go at some stage. Not sure if that'll be earlier or later in the session, but we'll start with some blueprint construction and see how we go from there. So just let me swap over to VR and we will jump into Satisfactory and get building. Just need to put on my headset, strap my controllers to my wrist, hope the Quest doesn't crash, hope Virtual Desktop behaves. Just give me a minute. Yes, I'm holding the right controller in the right hand is always useful. Yeah, looks like I need to restart Virtual Desktop. Great. Almost there. Just get my in-game monitor as well so I can see what chat is saying. Although I heard a bing and I don't know if I missed a chat message. The Soul Viewer. Is that on YouTube? Okay, don't worry, Albert. There's a couple of people on Twitch, and it's also right at the start of the stream, so things might pick up a little bit. But welcome to the channel. Hope you enjoy your stay here watching. Yes. Okay, if you haven't been here before, this is Satisfactory in VR. We are using a mod. I am the mod creator of this mod that gives a full conversion of Satisfactory to work in virtual reality. Hello, everybody. So this is my humble save game. This is actually, am I on the right screen? No, I'm on the Be Right Back screen. Of course I am. Just give me a sec. I'm also running 2 hours late. I meant to start earlier, but had to do an emergency run to buy a power supply for my son. Okay, that's better. Hello, right, now we have hands in VR, yay. We have doggos down there in the playground, water playground park area for the doggos. And we have our blueprint maker back here that we've been making blueprints of. This is sort of a work in progress here. They're just basic pools at the moment. Actually, let's go say hello to the doggos and see if they've got anything for us. I've only got 3 at the moment. Nothing from George. Maybe I checked them before saving recently. Scratch. Scratch has got some circuit boards. Nice one, Scratch. I need those. And Timmy's got some heat sinks. Don't need those, but they're valuable. How do the pools work? Good question. So this is a lake area. So if I look on the map, I'll show you the map. This is the blue crater here. This is the grass fields here, which is where people start. So we are in this little area here where there is a natural lake. So what I've done is I've kind of paved over the top of the lake and then cut out areas or left bits unpaved where we've put borders and a concrete bottom underneath. So underneath here, there's concrete underneath here. And I've kind of painted it blue, so it's got a bit more of a pool color to it. And these pools here, different shapes and different sizes. So yeah, it's just a natural lake and kind of paving over it and then using that to fake that we have actual pools here. But the plan is I'm going to add like a water slide for power slugs and things like that in the future. Okay. So let's go dive into the motors blueprint. See, this is why I wanted a hypertube lift, because getting up to where the blueprint maker currently is a bit of an obstacle course. No, it's not modded at all. It's just a natural lake that I've paved over. Okay. So this is the blueprint we did last session, which is a factory in a box to make 5 motors per minute. Basically, you input steel ingots and iron ingots, and it will make everything that is needed to make the motors. I just wanted to see if there was any more structural supports or anything I needed to add to this. I could put some frames around here. I think I might do that. Just a little bit of extra support here. Let's go to zoom mode. Let's start from the top so we can get it kind of lined up from that end. Okay, that's how it's going to fit. The easiest way to get it on the others is probably just to nudge it over. If I can put it on that surface there and nudge it from there. Okay, are there any other vertical lifts around? Yeah, there's one down there. I just like putting these frames around it to look like it's giving a bit more support. Nope, it's not going to let me copy that. Let's grab a concrete pillar, change to the frame. There's another one here. I could bring that from above, but I think just from below is like that. Actually, where's my flashlight? Now there is space under here, but what I'll do is I'll probably lower this whole blueprint sort of 1 meter down. So these beams here will actually be under the foundation when we build it. So saying that, I'm wondering if I should move these up 1 meter. Yeah, they're probably okay. Let's not overthink it. Okay, I think that's all the lifts that are down near ground level. There's another one up there. Wonder how I can add support to there that makes it look decent. Maybe I put sort of a concrete beam under like that, so it looks like it's resting on something when I run the other frame upwards. I could just do a metal frame there, actually. Given that it's a metal frame for a lift, maybe we just keep on the metal frame. Stop nudging. Just wondering, do we want one on top as well? It's going to make the frame overlap a bit. Let's see how it looks. Actually, if I bring that up to the top like that, it won't overlap noticeably. Yeah, that's decent. Now there's a solid structural anchor in place for that lift. That one's kind of small enough that it's okay. Do I want beams under these for support? Actually, maybe steel frames under these is probably okay. So keep a consistent theme. Now this one I'm not touching because this is actually our input for one of the core materials, so we'll probably delete that or tie it into when we build into the factory. So I won't fiddle too much with how that's presented. That'll be done in the final build. Do we have any other lifts around the back here that could do with some extra support? Let's get rid of that. There's a little lift in there. I don't know if we need to bother giving it a support though. There's nothing really to attach it to at the moment, so I think that's short enough that it can get away without having any support. Okay, anything up the very top I need to do? Actually, I could put these, let me just jump over there. See this little conveyor here? I could put one of these over that. Maybe down 1/2 meter? Yeah. Just looks like it gives it a bit more support. Down 1/2 meter. That one can probably stay as an open one. That one up the end with the lift on it, we can put a bit of support on that as well. Cool. Oops. Now this is the output, which we actually don't have anything attached to. Because I'm not sure exactly Like this blueprint could be stacked vertically, in which case we could have a vertical merger going up and down. I probably should build some kind of conveyor out from this, because obviously we're not going to have it just right there. It's got to come out a bit. You know, I'm going to add that later. I think that's a small enough detail that we can fill that in after we built a few of these blueprints. Okay. Now we did functionally test this last time, so it should work still. But now I'm going to make a version that is cut down that only produces stators. So it's basically this same blueprint, but we are going to chop off a third of it, maybe 2/3 of it. And stators is simple enough that I could just, you know, build them as required inside a factory. But given that it's pretty much it's a sub part of the motors one anyway, then by using a variation of the motors one will give it some consistency inside the factory as well. This is steel, because we could later make a version that just uses iron with the iron pipes recipe. That description is going to be a pain in the butt to edit in VR, so I'm going to ignore that. And I'll edit it later. Is that clicked? There we go. I am shadow banned. You're shadow banned? Shadow banned from what? Albert Dubois, I can see your messages. Okay, so we've saved this as stators, but obviously it's not stators, so now we have to strip it down. So the stators part is, we're basically going to keep these two assemblers in here, to keep all the constructors, and take off the top layer. And this is already making stators, which is good. And I've just noticed we haven't got frames on here. We must have done the top level, but not this level. Have I seen Dosh's vid? Or you mean Josh? There are a lot of videos on Satisfactory. Albert, are you a long-time Satisfactory player yourself? Okay, so this is the output of the stators. So we need to figure out where that goes. Doshingtons. No, I'm not familiar with that one. You've got 500 hours? Cool, cool. That's a decent stretch in Satisfactory. So this is the rotors and motors from the original motors blueprint. So we're going to delete all this. But we'll keep the supports as much as possible. That way we still have the same frame. Oh, those are vertical ones. I need to be careful about deleting those. This is the output of the stators, so we delete that because we're going to need a different output. Played since 0.5. I played since update 5.2 actually. I actually got Satisfactory as part of a Humble bundle, and I picked up the bundle for some other game. Didn't play it for a while, and then later on came along, tried it out, and got addicted to it. Which is saying something, because back then I pretty much only played VR games. And then Satisfactory got me hooked. And I actually have about 1,200 hours in Satisfactory playing it flat before I started making the VR mod. Nothing to manually do the 90-degree belts I screwed for 2 years. Yes. Yes. And curve belts are even fancier. Man, curve belts can make anything look decent. Okay, so we've still got the vertical splitters. And hopefully they haven't broken. We might need to replace them with non-vertical splitters. But theoretically, this is a Stators factory now. Now, I'm not going to fuss too much about putting lots of detail in this one because I only need one of this copy actually, and I'm only really doing it to give a consistent look in the factory. Now, let me just save progress. Yeah, update 5, when there was no nudge, no vertical nudge. All the right-hand conveyors had to be manually done. But we did have trains, and we did have cosmetic windows and walls and things, so still good times. Okay, so... I missed the jump. I'm looking forward to jetpacks and hoverpacks. I'm still very early game here, as you might have been able to tell. We're just in this early steel era, phase 2. So each one of these is 5 per minute. We need 15 steel pipes each, so 30 total, and 40 wire. So these constructors over here are spitting out a lot more than that. So we don't need the overclock, and these are actually going to be 15 a minute each. So we're actually going to underclock these. Okay, so that's our 30 steel pipe. We need 40 per minute wire, which I think is 4 and a bit constructors, if I recall. Or is it only... Oh, no, 40 each, so we need 80 total. So if we put this as 20... and copy those settings. More Factorio player now? Okay. Started playing with a friend and it's just not the same. Okay, I like Satisfactory multiplayer. We've finished a family save game together, Satisfactory. I've never got into Factorio though. I've always loved the first-person perspective and the world exploration in Satisfactory. So top-down Factory just doesn't do it for me as much. So we've got 6 constructors here, and we only need 4. So I could either delete 2 from this side, so I have 3 and 1, or I could delete 2 from the front and have it hollow back, or I could just underclock them all. I think I might just underclock them all. I mean, they're already built. Underclocking will just take less power. So we actually want here 80 total divided by 8 per minute. Wow, that's really underclocked. Would we make it any smaller if we took out 2 of them? Not really. We could shave a couple of meters off. again, this is only for one building, so I might as well just go with this. Hang on, how does 8 per minute add up to 80 with times 6? $13.3, that's more like it. Because 8 times 6 is only 48. Okay. So that should be it. That should be a balanced blueprint for making 10 stators per minute. I'm not even going to test it. I mean, the motors one worked unless we've accidentally deleted a PowerPoint, which is possible. I want to go in this folder. This has been buggy since update 8 or earlier. Okay. Right. Before we go jumping into the remodeling of the factory, I did want to experiment a little with hypertubes to get from down there to up here more easily. There are lifts in the game. They're very fancy lifts, but they're not very practical or quick. Back in the days, we used to use hypertubes, which I don't think I've unlocked yet. Actually, that's up in the hub. So what do we need? Industrial beams, pipes, and copper sheets. 500 copper sheets, 300 pipes. We might need to wait a bit for copper sheets, or we can run over to our factory there and grab some. And encased beams. Okay, let's just grab some pipes. So this is our basics factory that we've done in past sessions, where we're making a little bit of most of the basic items, mainly for the purposes of construction. This factory is not going to feed any other factory. That's right, I still need to put a stairs there. You can see it's mostly done. I still have a little bit more architecture to do on it. So here's all the materials that this factory is producing, which includes over here we have copper sheets. So let's grab some of those. That should be plenty. I might move the Slooper-matic down to this area here. This is kind of the best place to put kind of a lift system of one of the sorts. You haven't seen inside? Thank you. I also did, do you want to have a closer look? I also did some extra architecture during the week. This is a new playthrough, and one of the goals of it is to not have floating platforms. So I have a habit of making floating platform factories that are very functional, but then abandoning them. Yeah, so actually since the last stream, I put these pillar beams sort of around this tree area here, so that I haven't shown on stream before. So I've tried to preserve some of the bigger trees and integrate them into the factory. So yeah, we've got a bit of a courtyard here. So the idea is we'll probably have trains and or trucks going through here from one side to the other eventually. I still need to kind of wall off the storage there. But here we are making all the different parts. This is we're using iron alloy recipes, and we're also using the copper alloy recipe. I like the alloy recipe. It's not as efficient as pure iron, but it gives great output, 75 per minute, whereas the basic smelter is only 30 output a minute. So using that sort of using the alloy recipes gives me much higher output, which means I can have a more compact factory and still have it reasonable throughput. So we have some smelters over there. These are making caterium. So there's a copper node and a caterium node there. And so over the other side there, I personally like logical floor compartmentalization that looks clean. Yeah, I like this style, and I like putting the logistics underneath, but I don't necessarily like hiding the logistics. So we actually have an access panel here where you can go underneath if you need to do any of the logistics work. So that way, I like seeing things move around, but not necessarily have every bit of material going from every machine to the next one visible. And I also wanted to make this walkable. So we've got space between the constructors. They're not jammed up next to each other. So you can actually walk between them. There's also a bigger gap between different products. So these ones are all iron plates. So there's 6 making iron plates that way. But these 2 are making the rods, I think. Yeah, the rods. Yeah. So I did add an elevator. But I also added like a staircase around the outside. So if people want, they can walk up the staircase. And so on the top floor is most of the more advanced stuff. So I think these are the stitch plates. Yeah, these are all the stitch plates along this section. And I hadn't finished the roofing last stream, so I've now finished, I think, all the inside flat roofing. I haven't done any lighting, but the roofing is in place. And I also did this sort of beam slatted look, so it's kind of an open air roof. But it does kind of add some shelter and affects the shadows and lights that come through. So I still need to put a wall at the back though. So there's still a few bits and pieces that I need to finish off. And there is also staircase access to the roof, or sorry, a ladder access to the roof. So you can sneak up here if you need to do any roof maintenance. With a little manhole type entrance there. So this is all overlooking the blue crater area. So over there is the coal power stations. Actually, I need to upgrade the coal power stations. Today is probably a good day to overclock them. And down there is the old steel factory that we're going to tear down and upgrade with the new blueprints. Not OSHA compliant. I have a parachute, it's all good. See, you can't do this in Factorio. So yeah, I'm happy with how that came out. And sort of tried to make a fancy kind of edging here. And these bits in there are signs, so they actually glow at night time. Okay, so I was going to move this to over there. So this constructor is just set up with a summer sloop and lots of shards to overclock. So if I need to make any DNA or slugs into shards, I can do it all here. But I'm going to move that out of the way. and move that over here where it's less in the way. Oh, I copied the whole machine, so it's remembered all the settings. That's right, I was unlocking hypertubes.
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also error percent.
So before I got into the VR stuff, I was kind of known for my hypertube videos. I did some pretty fancy network and routing between hypertubes sections.
Because Fix-It makes pioneers closely monitored dreams come true.
But it's been a while since I've played with them. So this is going to be a bit of a little experiment to see how hypertubes are now. They kind of broke them a little in 1.0, which was a little frustrating. Some of the techniques I'd used stopped working. Let's put some of these on a bar. So pipes, we've got pipe on 2, hole on 3, that on 4. So if we go pipe, I haven't got holes. Holes are in the awesome shop, I think. Which are kind of, oops, no, I wanted that on number 1. So let me check the awesome shop. I should have some tickets. Actually, things have been ticking away, so I should have a nice amount of tickets. 30. 30 is not bad. Do not need factory carts yet. Throughput would actually be useful. Here we go. Wall attachments and floor holes. Luckily they're pretty cheap. I'm going to get those because those might be useful for debugging. I think I've got everything else I need. Shelf units might actually be good for tidying up a bit. Yeah, I'm probably going to start unlocking some of these. But I won't spend the money right now. How much is that going to cost? 11, that's fine.
Humans have long practiced delegating work that strains and tires them to machines. It is their best.
For that tree band, try the wire pillar. Yes, I was thinking of trying the wires for the tree band because I actually need to make a smaller circle. There's a tree up there that I've got the big one around, but it's a bit chunky. So yes, I might do that after I don't have fiddled with hypertubes for a bit. Because yeah, the old beams, I'm too much in the habit of using the old bits. I need to try out the new bits more. No, sorry, not that button. So, floor hole. Actually, that was the junction. That was the hole. Let's do something like that. Okay, so now we go floor hole. Just realized I can't get up there now. My wiring, my power around here is also very roughshod at the moment. I need to tidy that up. I haven't got entrances on the hotbar. Probably should put them there. Now, power. So if I run this from here, I'm just going to stick it on the side for now. It won't let me snap on there at the moment. Let's run that up to there. And... we got power up there. Okay, so if I walk under it, okay, that is sucking me up even from that height. So that's your basic lift, but if I go down here, the problem is that's not actually connected. Oh, that's right, because I couldn't get it from above. Problem is you take damage. That was actually quite a lot of damage. The Whoomp machine, yes. So a couple of changes. I don't want it to suck me up just by walking under it. I want to have to have a little jump in there. So let's try moving that up a meter. I'm not putting accelerators on this. It doesn't need an accelerator for this one. Okay, so floor hole. Entrance. And tube. Actually, so I wanted to try and make it so that the return trip spits me out safely. Yeah, those elevator blocks from modded Minecraft. Ah, I haven't played modded Minecraft, so let's see if I can figure out how to do this. So we have a junction. This junction here, if you come out this end, it will by default send you out that end, but you can come in this end to go in that end, which is a lot of words that don't mean anything. So let me try and build what I have in mind. No idea if I can fit this in the space I've got. Can that rotate? Kind of. Oh, that's nudging diagonally. Great, we got that bug today. Actually want it around. Logically, yeah, we need it around the other way. No. How do I... Oh, you need to lock it in place, then rotate it, don't you? You click once. I'm trying to get this lined up in my brain. We come in through there, but we want to swap this around, so... That just built. Okay, maybe I need to put it on here and rotate it while it's attached. That's not good. Give me Noodle. Noodle makes everything fit.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, we have an ad break coming up. I'd like to finish this before the ad break, if possible. Why is it only rotating 180 degrees? Actually, no, that's just swapping... It's the other way I need to do it. Okay. Ooh, this is going to be messy. Very messy. Really very cramped. Propaganda broadcast, yes. Good old Twitch ads. Which you on YouTube, I have no control over the ads on YouTube, so I apologise for any you get. I do recommend YouTube Premium is expensive, but worth every cent if you don't like ads. Okay, so we want that way. Ah, now it'll let me rotate. And I can't see from here if that's straight or not. That looks pretty straight. And now we just stick a wall. Because if you come flying out of here, you take no damage. So that theoretically is it. U-block works, yeah, other ad blocks. Okay, so I can walk under it without getting sucked up. If I step in here, I come up the top. If I step in here, I don't take any damage. That worked. So this is a simple, efficient lift that is really ugly at the moment. Because basically when you go up, it comes in this part here and then through the roof. But when you're in the returning trip, it comes down this default exit, which spits you out here. So I'm going to take a short break while the ads are running, and I'm going to have a drink and a bit of a stretch. And then I might just leave this in rough form, actually. And now I just realized I needed that thing there. I might leave this in rough form, and because I might blueprint this later, that way I can use it in other buildings. But the concept works. Okay, so I will be back in a couple of minutes after the Twitch ads are finished. Thanks for watching.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back in Satisfactory in VR. So far, we've finished off our motors blueprint. We've made a Stators variant blueprint, and we've just been experimenting with a hypertube lift. But I think we can make this a little more compact. I wonder if I can move that closer. So if I start from the tube. Okay, not even, hang on. Curve mode fits? That doesn't look right, curve mode. No, okay, it doesn't like it. Okay, so noodle mode it is. And we need to come out to that point. But we can move this over, I think. How far can we move it over? Because I'd like to make this as compact as possible so we can kind of make a blueprint out of it. Oh, okay, we could actually do that. It's making my sense of clipping kind of twitching a bit. I think this is a good compromise. And even that's a bit tight. Because basically if we shove this all the way over, then our down support, which will be something like this, oops. Okay, so we come under here, jump to go up to the next level. Ah, we still need to deal with this top bit. Otherwise, you might, if you don't move, you're going to get sucked back down again. I recall 4 meters up was not enough and it'll get you stuck. 5 meters might have you bounce off it, but let me try it. There we go. We've landed. We can now step off. I wonder if we can go a meter lower. I think that might be too... Oh no, that's okay. Easy, just 4 meters. So there's something like that, very basic, but we could do it smarter in a blueprint. No damage on the down. Doesn't suck you up until you jump. Lands you up without sucking you down again. Lots of sucking. Yeah, I think we can wrap something around that. And this, actually, this could line up with that over there. So let's do that just to... Now that I've put that pole in the way. So that's actually just to the right of that. So it's lined up there. Whoops, I just moved and now I have a pillar over there. I mean, having it a meter over is probably enough. You know, as long as it's half covering it, I think that's enough. No, we don't want a hole. We want a entrance. See, I could also lower this half a meter into the ground, although that helps if I put a tube on it. Lowering it into the ground makes it more risky for clipping into it and going splat on the way out. Okay, so down here. There we go. So if we enclose this so that you don't properly see the exit, we don't need to make this 2 meters. This could actually come right down to lower. So it's kind of on the same level. Cool. Okay, it doesn't play tunes like the fix-it elevator does, but I think that's faster. So, first non-standard use of the new junctions. Okay, we'll blueprint that later. I want to get cracking on the steel factory and get it torn down and rebuilt. Though you mentioned wire around the pot plant frame. While we're here, let's experiment with that a little bit. I think I've unlocked all the different connections. There's the braided cable, or there's the cable cluster. Oh yeah, that's much smaller, isn't it? Right, yeah, that'll work much better. And I was actually thinking that instead of these pillars here, I could use the concrete round ones, or where's the block? You know, the squat. Did I actually unlock it yet? No, it's under this section, no? Concrete road barrier. Corner road barrier. How big is that? Not at that angle. I think they would have to rotate. Okay, it's not wanting to let me rotate it. It was not under the beams. One of these? No, it's not under the beams menu. I don't have... Actually, it's under road barriers. Okay, if I pick road barrier, I'll find it. So if we stick that there and nudge it down, although I need to get rid of that one. Could do it like that with a cap on top. Yeah, wire pillars. You reckon wire for the pillars as well? I reckon concrete round for pillars would work as well. Let me just... kind of want to leave that there because it's an old reference point. How big's the braid? Okay, the braided cluster is a bit bigger, but we could put round like that. I'm gonna be able to get out of here now. Nope. You kind of still need a cap on it to cover the wire join though. Well, is that overlapped a bit? The cap is pretty big though. That's not too bad. I think I prefer the round over the square. Because, like, you can really see that join in VR. It sticks out a lot. I mean, I could just go higher with the concrete. Like that. What do you reckon? Black cap or higher concrete? Or I could nudge the concrete up by 0.5 meter. Let's try that over here. Actually, I should put the other wire in place. Okay, we're definitely going to get rid of these and put wire in for the main perimeter. That's actually snapping further back rather than the end, which is interesting. It's like if I snap to the beam, it'll leave a gap. But if I snap to the wire, it's actually uglier. Okay, snapping to the beam it is. Okay, so let's try this from the 0.5 meter up point. Yeah, that's nice. 0.5 meter. So if you aim for this, click, lock, half meter nudge up just as a place to snap onto. Nope, they didn't snap to the right point. This only changes the big tree one. It doesn't give me the smaller one, and I was going to make a smaller tree boundary, but I guess this is a good practice for how to make a more compact design. So aim, click, up, lock, half meter, nudge. Aim, click, up, lock, half meter, nudge. Aim, click, up, lock, half meter, nudge. So this last one will be down, lock, half meter, nudge. Should be able to delete all the beams now. Default all the way down. I could paint these white, or I could just leave them as concrete colored. Why is that red? And none of the rest are red. Maybe it thought I was clipping into it or something. Okay, so that's... no, it's not all of them. It's interesting, only from certain angles it thinks I'm clipping into it. No, don't fall in! Oh, that one's a bit short. I suppose that's a good thing. I could debug the short ones. I should put a ladder in here. Chat filter seems to be picky. Is it? Could be YouTube. I have no particular control over the chat filter. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. It's simple, but it's much lighter than the old style beams slabbed on. Put little glowy signs, but I think that'll do for now. It is an upgrade. I won't bother making a smaller one just yet, because basically there's an example of a tree here where the large one is too big, so I need to make a smaller one that fits in a bit better. But this will do for now for these bigger trees. That one's probably going to be a pain to replace at the moment because some of the bits I had to redo because there's actually logistics hiding under it. But this one over here, I can rip that one out and put a new one on. And the one around the side I can do as well. That's the great thing about blueprints. Once you've got the design down, it's very easy to, usually easy to replace them. Really need a better path in this internal area here, or to the main entrance over the other side. Okay, let's see if we can do this one without having to redo all these side bits here. One thing I missed from Factory and SF is superior blueprint management. That's fair. I don't mind the blueprint management in Satisfactory. I kind of find build limitations can be a good challenge. So if I delete that... Oh, don't fall down the hole. If it was too easy to copy and paste something from the real world, I think it would take some of the challenge out of it. And I know some people find it frustrating. But I think it's pretty workable as it is. I think that's lined up. Bang. I think I also like the idea of build something in the lab and then take it out to the field to test it, rather than build it in the field and if it's good then make a backup copy. Okay. So I think we're ready to head that direction and start some building. You can directly share BPs in-game and save them per account, not per world. You can copy them across worlds in Satisfactory. They're just in a save game folder, so it is very easy to copy blueprints between saves. And they are actually saved outside the save game directory, so... let's just see what materials we need to make these factories. We need 2 of those, 1 of those. So look at our shopping list. Steel beams we're going to have a ton of when we DE the container near the steel factory. Quartz crystal, we're okay. Maybe take some more rods with us. I mean, we've got enough in the depot for everything by the looks of it. Just steel beams, and there'll be tons of steel beams over there. We are going to need more concrete though, but we can pick that up on the way as well. But as far as picking stuff up from here, I think we're fine. Okay. Yeah, see, this is the main entrance to the building over here, which again, I haven't finished it. I need to put more signs along here. And I've got a fancy door, but then there's a cliff. Maybe I should do something about this now. Now at least we can just land at the tree and run up the ramp into the building. We still need to cover up that mess. That needs to be hidden. Why is it not implemented in game then? Also importing from string. Why? See, the devs have talked about the blueprint management. They had a reason for having it outside the save game directory. Can't remember why. Why was it? Maybe it was to let you more easily copy between saves, because all the save games are in one save game directory, and they're not in folders, so you can't really copy something. Oops, missed. Wow, missed again. There's one save games directory with all the save games in it, and it's basically metadata in the save game file that says what save game it is in. Whereas the blueprints, if I recall, actually have a separate folder per save game that the blueprints are in. And because of that, it allows you to copy between different saves. But if they were bundled into the save game directory under obscure file names with metadata internally, there wouldn't be another way to copy them between saves unless you implemented something in the game itself to handle that. So yes, it's a bit fiddly, but they've actually made it easier to do than it could have been. It could have been really messy. Skill issue. I'm a software developer. I call it priorities. Yes, they could program it to have a nice interface, but they're working on other stuff. Okay, let's head over to the steel factory. Actually, let's I'm going to take some power shards to update the coal factory, the coal power source. I mean, our power is reasonable, but we are getting a little close to that line. I don't think we're going to hit it. What animal bits do I have on me? Stinger remains. So when you put a... Oh, it doesn't even have a summer sloop in it. That didn't copy. There you go. When you drop a summer sloop into a machine, it has these numbers, and what that means is the first thing you build won't use the summer sloop. But the second thing does use the summer sloop. So burn something cheap and easy first before you go putting expensive things like slugs in here. Yeah, let's just use the blue power slugs. I think they're the lowest ones. That'll give us 30. Because the summer sloop will double your output. So because slugs are a finite resource, by using a summer sloop, you double the number of power shards you get. Get rid of 2 and Factorio devs make it more better with fewer people and resources? Yes, but Factorio is also a top-down sprite game, not a 3D Unreal Engine game. Trust me, there are a lot worse games than Satisfactory as far as optimization and bugs go. We have 16 coal gens. We need to overclock them all to 200%, so we'll need 32 shards. We might need to overclock the water gens as well and the miners. So this should be plenty of shards to double our power. Just going to put these heat sinks away because I do not need to be carrying them. Actually, there's a lot of stuff I don't need to be carrying at the moment. Like crystal oscillators. I can handcraft crystal oscillators, but I cannot automate them yet. So these are all from doggos. The doggos have been very generous in giving me crystal oscillators because we need them for large signs. Okay, I do not need to be carrying hard drives, mesospheres, tickets. I might need that many grenades. Don't need motors yet either. Wow, I've got a tiny bit of wire there. It doesn't really matter because when I DE everything, my inventory is going to explode anyway. Actually, that's one thing I should pick. Timmy! Timmy with a purple slug. Thanks, Timmy. Where are you, friends? George with cable. That's going to give me another stack. Bad George. Scratch? Is it Scratch who keeps giving me nukes? I have a surprising number of nuke nobelisks. But these are all from doggos. 5 gas, 5 nukes. I do not need rubber either. And it won't fit in that one, damn it. Also do not need fluctuators at the moment. Although I could upgrade my dimensional storage. That's tempting. Let's see what upgrades we've got. Upload speed would be nice. Oh, it's only 3 Mercer-spheres. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Although, how much does that cost? That takes 50 computers.
Dimensional upload speed
Which I can't make yet, but I might have 50 on me.
Energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing for more parts to be transferred in a short time frame.
Loop the veins. Use the flow. Make a curve out of a line.
Okay, I'm going to go 3 stacks. This is getting more expensive. 7.
Pretty ripples.
Shallow mind? Pretty ripples? I certainly hope that wasn't meant to include me.
But having 3 stacks in the depot would be useful.
Dimensional expansion increased to 300%. New understanding of matter manipulation technology allows the dimensional storage to deconstruct all matter to the subatomic level, storing
What's the
its
phase
elementary
progress? I'm on
particles
phase 2
until
at the
part is
moment.
recalled.
Still doing advanced steel. So I've actually unlocked everything in phase 2, but I haven't done
It
project
is
parts yet.
fascinating what one can find out simply
I haven't
by
bothered with
looking
chump pads,
closer.
but we've finished all of tier 3 and tier 4 unlocks. But I need to do the next elevator milestone. And if I look at my stats here, I've finished with the smart plates. Smart wiring, I'm just going to set up something temporary and sneeze out 100 wires because I know there's going to be huge ones later on. The frames for phase 2, I will probably make a small factory for. I've kind of got a plan for that, but I want to upgrade my steel factory first. Might stop off here and grab a couple of slabs of concrete, actually. I mean, that should be plenty for what I'm doing. I'm not doing too much architecture today. This is going to be a functional factory first. Then we'll probably get to architecture in a future session. Which I have some ideas for. But again, trying not to leave floating platform factories around. Because the old steel factory is very much a floating platform factory. So we're going to tear all this down, build new stuff. So this is our power at the moment. This is, haven't got fuel power yet or anything else. So let's dig up the old math. 50 water. So 200 total. We're doubling it to 200%. We'll need 400 total, which means we need 200 water out of each of these because it feeds in from both sides. So we do need to overclock these. I'm not going to go the full 250%, I'm just going to go 200%. That is not correct. Come on. Okay, I'm actually going to need more shards than just one. That's a bit annoying. This is the buggiest keyboard implementation I had to do for the mod. No, it's probably 6666, isn't it? Yeah, okay. 667, okay, yep, got it. Actually, I need to upgrade my coal output as well, because if I bump these up, they are probably going to chew more coal than I'm shoveling along. So the coal incoming is 15 per minute, so that's 60 currently, and it needs to be 120, 240, 480. So there's two belts of it, so these need to be producing 240 coal each. They're not saturated currently. Actually, that's the coal over there. Yeah, see those are Mark II belts, so we need to upgrade them to Mark III so we can get the full 240 out. And these are miners Mark Is, so we need to upgrade these to Mark II. Which means I need good old portable miners. Why do I have one on me? I think I had two, but I upgraded another miner, which used two and gave me with one left over. Come on, let me interact, please. Hello, miner. Can I check your numbers, please? Fine. Mark III. There we go. Hang on, this was overclocked. What happened to... It must have lost the shards when I upgraded it. That's curious. Yeah, it's got two shards in it. Upgraded in place. And the two shards are gone. Remember in the last save I made 1 per second per oscillator machine? Okay, so that, with these being Mark III, should now be 240. I unlocked belt measuring things, didn't I? Logistics. Oh wow, they're in their own category. And what do I need to build? Oh, look! Bloody oscillators, which I dumped because I didn't need them. Probably easy to do this hole over there. I still need to fill in all the architecture under here and actually finish these off. They're a little bit of a floating platform at the moment, even though they've got some architecture to them. I'm going to put some more pools down here. Have a holiday water park by the coal generators. At the same phase you are. Ah, right, okay. But you can't make oscillators at the moment because you don't have manufacturers. And the only crystal oscillator recipes all require manufacturers, when I checked. It's the reason I handcraft them and ask doggos for them. Okay, so that should be the coal fully upgraded. I mean, I can just handcraft a couple of oscillators. Maybe I should do that just to check the numbers, make sure it's all flowing. Actually, I'll do that at the end because they're going to back up until I overclock everything else. Okay, line goes up. With a bit of luck, they will stay saturated and won't run out of coal or anything. And when I built this, I mean 30 per minute, even if this lift is a Mark 1, which it is, it'll still have plenty of throughput. Okay, so that's half of it, which is effectively one of the coal belts. Knew I should have kept some crystal oscillators on me. Here is our steel ore processing facility, so we will need to be updating this as part of the steel factory upgrade, which is the other reason I'm sort of hanging out in this area. Yeah, we'll put the markers up here. So one of these should be 240. And the other one should be 120 because we haven't upgraded the generators. I mean, it's looking pretty good so far, and it is a fairly constant flow. So far... Oh, I didn't upgrade the other water pumps yet, so this is going to run out of water. Those two I did. I didn't do these two yet. Hey, remember the setting. and that's 300 per pipe, so 200 up each side will feed all four, no problem. And because we're feeding the water in from above, there won't be any problems with starving it for water or slushing or anything like that. Let gravity do the work, and you will have a smoother experience and less pipe problems. Yeah, this bit's a little overlapping some of the landscape a little bit, but there's no actual clipping that isn't realistic. No belts overlapping or machines embedded in rock. Okay. That's good. You know, if I copy this setting, I can just paste it as well. So the next power upgrade will be geothermal. There's actually quite a few geothermal nodes in this area. I just need high-speed connectors, which, funnily enough, I can make high-speed connectors, but I cannot make circuit boards, which high-speed connectors require. But thanks to doggos, I actually do have quite a collection, and I'm pretty close to unlocking that. Okay. And just like that, we've doubled our power production. 2400. Sounds about right. 8 times 150, is it? Let's check. That's 1200. Oh, times 2. Duh, I overclocked it. Yeah, 2400. Man, that must be the easiest power upgrade I've ever done. Okay, that's slowly updating. Thank you, Azurian. Yeah, so this one seems to be solid on 240, which is good. And this one, I'm fairly confident is going to level out at 240. Nice. So for some reason I decided to make the steel ore here with the factory further around. The reason is that I kind of have done a circle in the middle of the crater here, and the idea is to have a ring of factories all the way around. So rather than just shoving the steel factory up the back here, I decided to build it over there where there's not a huge amount of resource nodes over there. So, how are we going for time? I think I might run an ad break now. We're about 10 minutes out from an ad break, but if I run early, we can then come back after the ad break and jump into the steel update. So I'm going to take a quick bio break while some Twitch ads run, and I will be back in 3 minutes and we can continue on from there. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay. Now switch back to Satisfactory Modeler, because this is going to help figure out what we need to upgrade here. So we've got our copper, iron, coal coming in here. I think we've got 4 current foundries making iron here. And I think we've only got 6 steel ones. Actually, it's possibly less than 6. That could be 4 as well. So what we need is we need 6 and a bit iron foundries here, and that should have enough throughput. No, this is going to output. Okay, 300 of this is going into here, 200 is going onto the other factory. So everything over this side is the factory that's further away, and everything, actually that's on the factory. This stuff here is in the other factory. But this ore production here, kind of this section here, this is what we need to focus on. So what's going from here to the other side is 2 belts of steel, which is fine because we've already got 2 belts running, we just might need to upgrade them, and 1 belt, a Mark III belt of iron. So everything else is internal to the little factory we're at the moment. So these were 2 Mark II miners at 125%. The pure iron miner is a Mark II at 111.1111, and the copper one is underclocked at 55.5555. Okay, I'm not going to remember these numbers. Okay, 125 for the coal and 111 and 55. Okay, maybe I'll remember those. 125. So we want 6.67 and 7.5 of those. So let me actually, can I put that in chat so I have a record of it? Actually, I'll put the goal. We want 500 iron. And 450 steel. That's our goal output. So I can always work back from that in game to figure that out. But if I set the miners now 125, 111, and then hopefully I'll remember the rest of the numbers. Okay, let's switch back to the game. Just give me a sec, I'll put my headset back on and we can get cracking. Just close the modeler, switch back to the 6.667, 7.5, 125, 111. Okay, just unlocking my headset now that I'm strapped in. Yay, virtual desktop is still working. Let me actually switch back so you can see what I'm doing. And there we are. And my mic is actually open. That's good. Useful when I'm telling you things. Right. So yeah, okay, we've got 6 of these and 4 of these. So we need 6 and a bit and 7.5 of those. But let's get the miners first while I remember those numbers. This is already a Mark II, but we need to be doing 125%. Hey, that actually worked that time. And our other coal miner is up here. That's 125. Our copper's up there. I'll come back for that one. Down here is our iron, which is our pure node. And this one was 111 recurring. It's already overclocked. It's a Mark 1, that's why. Okay. Guess we need to upgrade that again. And we probably need to do the copper one as well, unless we want to overclock it. Actually, I can't remember. Was the copper one just a Mark 1 already? I can't remember. We'll do some math in a second, we'll figure it out. Clear 1, 1, 1. Nope. Point. Recurring. There's probably a fraction I could type in here. Actually, I could probably just type in 240, couldn't I? Yeah, that'll do. Have some more iron. Why was that pinging? Okay, now this is already a Mark 3. Let me just make sure it's a Mark 3 all the way. Is that a Mark 3? Yes. Okay, so I've already upgraded these belts. That was smart of me. Why is that not overclocked? Oh. Gee, glad I noticed that. The reason it was a big round number is it was actually ignoring the overclock. There we go, 266.67. That sounds more familiar. Off to the copper, which is up, where there was a nasty cluster of spiders last time I was up there, but then I took the back streets, and we'll just go up the cliff here, I think. Or maybe chuck a ladder on. Why is there a bit of an alien there? Okay. Nope. This is going to cut through that rock there. Yeah, he misses! Woohoo! Actually cleared it. That's amazing. It misses it, right? No! It lured me in. Let's try this position, which at least that means this is the miner as well. You know what? Maybe I'll put one of those hypertube loops here. That's better. Okay, made it up. Are there any hostiles? Looks clear. Okay, there were some spitters up here before. I think the spiders were further that way. I need to make a nice fancy surround to go around. Okay, this is already on 53.3%. Wow, I'm having deja vu. We want 56. But I'm sure we need more than just a little bit more. I don't want to come back up here again. Okay, let me just check the plan again. I don't want to have to climb up here again, so just give me 1 second. I'm going to sneak a peek at that plan again. See, this is the other thing, is like Satisfactory logistics. Actually, is Satisfactory logistics in my browser got the right factory? No, it's got the out-of-date one. That's annoying. It's the problem with Cloud Sync. If it syncs the wrong way, you're kind of stuffed. Hang on, let me look on my other factory planner. Because I know it's not much copper, but I'm just trying to remember. I am on the BRB screen. Yes, that's fine. I'm just sneaking a plan at the plan. You don't need to see it. I mean, actually, yeah, no, that's fine. Copper. It was a Mark II. Mark II at 55 recurring. Yeah, I was just looking up a number. Just making sure I was going to get the right miner here. So it is a Mark II miner at 55. So I do in fact need more. Thanks for keeping a lookout though, Russ. You have returned from the Elder Brain slaughter. Was it successful? Karlak, Will and Tav are throttling up in hells. Right, okay. I'm assuming that is successful then. Um, 66 per minute, so this is a Mark II, so this is already fast enough. Assuming it's Mark II the whole way. Yeah, how goes it all here? It goes okay. We're making good progress. We're actually at the point where we're upgrading the factory. So we've made our blueprints. We experimented a little bit with a hypertube elevator system. And now we're getting down on the nitty-gritty of upgrading things. Yeah, let me just check. Where did I put those numbers in chat? We need 450 steel and 500 iron. And these are producing, or will be producing, 75 a minute. Oops, clear. 450. Divided by 75. That's 6 exactly. I thought my math was like 6.67 or something. Now I'm suspicious. Well, I'm not going to have room for 7, but I can overclock them a little. And I don't mind that. We've got extra power now. I can fix 6 in though, so let's expand this to 6. Now remember, a whole pile of this was going to over there, and then there was the rest of it is going, we need to run over to the new factory location. And the inputs along here, yes, we don't need to split these off. There's enough room on the manifold for a single belt to feed all of these, but the output will exceed a single belt, so we will need to do a smart splitter and take off what iron we need for the steel production separately. Should really put nicer power poles in here as well. I think when we built this we didn't actually have beams. No, because we didn't have steel. So again, we're going for functional first, so I'll come back and put pretty power lines in here once we finish the functional build. Why is that saying no power? I disconnected power. Wow, okay, that was a really bad connection. We should also like put a cover over this, even if it's a kind of outdoorsy cover rather than a fancy factory. Okay, so this is merging that direction. I guess I might as well merge it all that direction for now, but it will be forked off. In fact, we need to fork off multiple bits because we're running, I think, 400 ore to that side. And that won't fit on a Mark III belt, so we're going to have to do this in stages. Man, vertical nudge is so useful. I mean, normal nudge is useful too, but the hoops we had to jump through to get those kind of things to line up back in Update 5. Mark 1, I guess so. We've got a Mark III coming down the bottom here. That would be the iron. And a little bit of copper to make it go further. Okay, that. And then we need to merge this way. That is technically done, but providing way more iron than we can cope with at the moment. And that underclocked one, we need to pull that up to full speed. Yeah, this one, full speed, please. Hey, relax, how's this going? Good morning on your side of the world. Have you started meetings for the day yet? Today we are upgrading our steel factory to do advanced steel products. Now the other number I needed was 450 steel. Oh, it's 500 iron. I think I got my math backwards. Yeah, I said 450. Okay, 500 iron. Divided by 75 is 6.66 total. So we'll need to overclock 1 or 2. It would actually be lower power to overclock 2 by a bit. think if we do these by 133 each. Okay, let's just put in 100. See if that works. Yes. That will take less power than on overclocking one of them to 166. Going well, meeting starts in 1 minute. All right, fair enough. Been up till tonight, server maintenance and deployment time. Ah, doing deployments just before the weekend? That's brave. Okay. So this one was 450 total, and it's 60 output. $450 divided by 60, which is 7.5. So we got 6. So let's do 8, and we'll just have one of them at 50%. It's probably the easiest. Or we could have 2 of them at 75. You're supposed to not break things just before the weekend, Russ. Especially if they're important systems and you get dragged in to fix them even though it's the weekend. So if we want one of these to be 50, then we want 2 of them to be 75. So let's go 75. It's actually not too bad of an upgrade overall. But the old steel factory was like producing way more beams and pipes than it needed, I guess. So by downscaling those and then adding motors to the mix, it's not too bad. Okay, we need to do logistics underneath, and then that should be it here. Although we need to figure out how to get enough iron through. Oh, this is interesting. I thought it was going to be 2 rows of coal coming in, because I think the amount of coal coming in exceeds our belt. $40. Okay, yes, but the iron we're going to inject partway through. Maybe the coal we inject partway through as well. That would be easiest. So that's 80 per pair. So we can only do 3, the first 3. So it's really just the last one that needs injecting. Okay, that's not too bad. But we are merging them here. That is a Mark II. That is a Mark II. They are also Mark IIs. That was probably enough, wasn't it? No, it's not. We're producing 150. These are too slow. That's right. I rushed off and upgraded the coal and the copper and the iron, didn't I? And didn't actually finish upgrading the coal miners. Luckily, you can upgrade things in place. which is much easier than having to rebuild everything. That's a Mark III. So we're not going to merge this here. We need to merge it further along. Where is the good question? So it's 150. How much did I say it was each? $40 each. So we would need to merge it. Actually, 150 each. It's almost a Mark III, so that's not too bad. We just need to merge it here in this one here. So let's stick a merger there. I wonder if we should make that a priority merger even. Or does it not matter? I think what we need to do is actually make that first splitter a smart splitter so that we can guarantee it uses as much as it needs to. That's probably fine, actually. And it's a meter out. Dump a little lift in there, so that will inject the full amount into there. But this one here, because if this is 150 here, I mean, it'll actually be enough because it'll do 50 into there, 50 into there, and 50 there. Except if this is a Mark II and that's a Mark III, it might not. So let's be paranoid and put a smart splitter in here, where we guarantee that the sides get priority, and then any left over overflows into the rest of the manifold. And the iron, we're going to need to do a similar thing, and it's a similar rate, which means we probably need to merge it right here. That's a bit messy, isn't it? This one might actually be easier to just snap to the belt, but we should upgrade the belt before we do that. Otherwise we're going to be stuffed. Good, it did copy the settings. So we can inject more iron into that point. Okay, these take 40 a minute, so if we have 80 iron into the first one, which just the output from this one alone will be enough, which is, okay, that's not going to be set up currently. Actually it is, all we need to do is break this. Probably want to put a splitter here. So we feed as much as we can through that belt, and then the overflow, it's not going to fit very nicely, is it? Hang on, input is that side. So the center is actually any, and then the leftover goes into the overflow. Sorry, the right output. Then we need this to take what's left over coming out of this. There we go, and because it's iron, it will fit under that 1 meter gap, no problem. So that should mean there's plenty of iron to feed all the steel. Maybe I should put it in a sink and make sure it actually goes through full speed. That's probably an excellent idea, just to check throughput before we get to the other end and realize it's all bung. We haven't finished the manifold down this end. And we haven't put the inputs in. I mean, the two outputs are here, so we could actually just tap in here and check the throughput here to get our throughput values. Man, that sucker's huge. How much room we got? Probably not a huge amount. And yet, too far. Where can I steal some power? By cutting off the old steel supply to our steel factory means it'll it'll flush out those machines as well, and I won't end up with an inventory full of rubbish. Well, less rubbish at least. Down the bottom. It's going to be 270 a minute because of the backlog of stuff. Oh, that's right, you can just attach it to the ceiling now. Okay, so can't remember what numbers we were looking for. Actually, it was on my chat history. Let me check. 500 iron, 450 steel. When do I want dinner? What is the time currently? It's okay. Dinner can be any time, maybe in 15 minutes. Oh, okay, I thought you'd already defrosting stuff. These should be equal. And the fact that they're not equal, and this one's a solid 180, implies that this one has a bottleneck somewhere along the line. 30 in, 45 out, or maybe it just hasn't got enough iron yet. Maybe it's playing catch up still. But we should be getting enough iron through, that's the whole point. Relax, had to mute for meeting and missed any response to your last message. Also, those belt item counters, are they a mod? No, they are in the game, Relax. They are added in 1.1. They are, I am running very minimal mods. The only mods I'm running are VR and some ones for doing screenshots and things like that. These are part of 1.1 and they're really useful. And look, they even have like little lasers that scan the items as they go past. It's pretty cool. But you can't use them on lifts, which is annoying. Okay. Oh. Hang on. I was going to say I haven't connected the output, but I haven't connected the output on either of them. Well, that would be part of the problem. Relax, we were saying you were brave making changes on a Friday. I personally prefer to not make changes on a Friday just in case they break for the weekend. I rest easier. Although, I admit, sometimes I make changes on a Friday. Sometimes you can't avoid it. Okay, the outputs are now connected. Again, they should be the same. Yeah, that one was because we just broke the belt. That's fine. 225 each is actually what I think they should be. You get that? The company always does Friday night deployments. One of our core values is customer focus. We try not to disrupt their payroll. That's fair. And I guess that's what thorough testing is for, right? Ah, these are still... That is saturating. I wonder if these have Mark 1s on the output to throttle them. Shouldn't matter though. Yeah, that's a Mark 1. So I could flush them by upgrading them. Let's just upgrade them. It's an output. I don't think there's any reason not to have Mark 3s on the output to flush through all. Not that this is going to make a scrap of difference unless I do underneath as well. Test on the make well ahead of deployment. Sometimes we do still see issues. It's only 12-hour maintenance, not a long one. 12-hour maintenance, yeah, okay. 12-hour maintenance is long for me. But I deal with a lot of small systems rather than large systems. Okay, that's a Mark 3 all the way through, so that now should be outputting at the maximum it can. Yeesh. We do have some systems that take a weekend to upgrade. It's usually just once or twice a year. This is not getting enough iron. And do I need to inject more iron elsewhere? That should be getting enough. Oh, you know what it is? I'm not merging the new iron yet, is what it is. My ones are not common and usually involve DB migrations. Yeah. Yeah, the big systems are ones that have really big, complicated databases. I am merging the iron. Am I merging too soon? These were 150, so 300 total, which means as long as 30 get used before the first merge, 270 will handle the rest. I think we'll maybe just let it settle for a bit. How are the numbers looking? 270 and 270. Yeah, that's because I outputted I bumped up the output to be full speed, so it's flushing them. Okay. Now this iron will be bottlenecking because we are not... Oh, these are overclocked. Yeah, okay. So this is 100 per minute. That's 200 a minute. So we should really take the output from the 200 a minute, or 100 a minute. This 100 a minute should feed those two because they only need 40 unless they're overclocked, which they shouldn't be. That's correct, 40. But I could take 200, and that would free up the rest of the belt a bit more. So I could move this splitter down here. So that one plus that one is 200. So there'll be 70 there plus excess there, and we still need to do another splitter further down there. Why does it not like going to there? Okay, so now there should be a full 200 going through here. I think we need a priority merger here. No, it should just back up. It should balance out. Just the product to work on has a 20 production environments. Eesh, that's pretty big. Multi-tenant. Okay. Should probably be asleep given how late it is. Yeah, no problems, Russ. Thank you very much for hanging out. What time is it over there? Nearly midnight. You and your wacky daylight savings. Good night, Russ. Five to midnight, yep. Okay, have we finished flushing? So this should really saturate with iron. Oh, we're still only getting 270 total. No, we are getting more than 270. So the output of these is now gone. There's no output bottleneck. So these two counters over here should be saying the same number. They're getting closer. Okay, that one just dropped again. There should be 225 each, because this should be 450 total. But we still need to siphon off a bunch of iron to go to the factory as well. I'm trying to remember how much it was. Well, we can do the math, actually. Because this is taking 450. No, not 450. 300, I think. It was 6 points. Am I doing enough? I am doing enough, right? 450 steel at the base rate is 60. Seven 7.5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Yes, okay, they are. That is correct. So that is correct for 450 out. So 7.5 times 40 is the input. It's 300 input each. So 300 of the iron goes to here and the rest goes to the other factory. That's 100. That's 200. That's actually, it's coming from the other way. It's merging from this way. So 15. 15. Trying to remember why I did that. My brain hurts. Why are they overclocked here and underclocked there? Standard is 75. Let's do the math again. 75. Clear. We need 500. So 500 divided by 75 is 6.6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 0.6. So these, oh, it's because I copied this machine. And that was 100. That's why. It was not my mistake, it was my mistake. Because when I copied the settings, I didn't verify them. And these two are overclocked to make up that 0.6 by adding 33 each. Got it. Right. Let's upgrade these to Mark 3s on the outputs. So again, math. 40, 80, 120, 150, 300. 300 is going to there. 500 is total. 200 needs to go there. 75. 150. 225. So we need to do a splitter after these three. So a splitter here at this point in order to split off enough to go to the output. So 3 from the end. One, two, three. So the splitter comes in here. Most disjointed iron output ever. Okay, here's a smart splitter. Here we go. Now we want to prioritize making the steel, because if we're not making the steel, nothing else is happening. So this is any. The overflow is here. So this overflow here should be 200 iron. And then I'm just going to do a very quick and dirty line along here to get it into a sink so we can actually measure to make sure it is the right amount. Actually, let's bring it up above. That way we can have all the numbers together. That evening out at 210 each is a little positive in that they're equal, but it's supposed to be 225 each, which is a little suspicious. And I'm just going to sit down on a stool. Awesome, don't seem to be slowed down by controls. Not at all. No, I've been playing in Satisfactory in VR for a fair while, but it's new muscle memory to me now. Yeah, it does help that I made the controls. The slower part is selecting from the quick build menu. You have to either use the radial menu here, or you have to use the build menu here, which compared to a keyboard where you have numbers 1 to 10 and can instantly hit a key, it's a bit slower, but you get used to it pretty quickly, and you can make your way around the radial menus pretty quickly. Okay, 195, we're expecting 200, so that's close. We're just a little under. Why are we a little under? This is at 67 efficiency. We're not quite getting enough iron. I wonder if we're not there's a bottleneck on the iron line somehow. There might be a lift underneath that is the wrong size. I upgraded the ones above, but not the ones underneath, so let me upgrade these. Yes, I heard. Okay, those ones are already Mark III because those are the new ones I built. So that will hopefully remove any bottleneck, because I suspect there might have been a Mark I along here. And if this is overclocked to output 100, that would have choked the Mark I. Yeah, why is that at 50% efficiency? That one's 81. I suspect they might have been Mark I's underneath. Either that or I've got another bottleneck. There's definitely a backlog of iron though. So this iron meter over here should shoot up, which it hasn't. Ah, there's excess iron coming through here. It needs to fill these ones at the end before that one there will output too much, I think. Because these ones that are bottlenecked, these ones down here are feeding into this line here, and I'm not taking any iron overflow from here. So this should actually be filled before we get the full iron output. Just kind of a little surprising that it's actually the one that's the most accurate currently. I wonder if... So there's a 30 in. So even if I've got Mark 1s, there'll be plenty there. Mark 1's there, there'll be plenty. That's a Mark 1. That's fine. Okay, am I injecting it too early? Because I think I'm injecting it here. Shouldn't matter though, because the excess from this will feed through. Ah, that's a Mark II there. Ah, that's possibly our bottleneck. That would do it. Okay, here, now we're getting ahead. Which means it's probably going to take a while to level out, because I don't think this is going to hit its target until these are saturated. Because I've done splits, but I haven't done exact splits, so part of it is relying on the overflow of filling up the other end. I am being told that dinner is soon, so that's fine, because I can just let it run over dinner. And then we will pick up then, and hopefully it will have balanced itself out. Why is that yellow? There's still a bottleneck there. You know what? I'm going to steal those and put them in these N2 machines here. How do I split? B. Yeah, the coal is saturated on those, so they're getting enough coal.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Azurin, what's our ETA on dinner? Do we have an ETA on dinner? This is still filling up faster than it's generating. Which means there's still a bottleneck somewhere. Thank you. Mark 3, Mark 3, Mark 3. Maybe I actually need a priority merger. Which is interesting because I've never used one. Do I even have them unlocked? How do you unlock them? Is that an awesome shop thing? Yes, they are Mark 3 on the top. Yep, I did check that. So all these along here, Mark 3s. I think it might actually be a merging priority issue where this might actually need a priority merger. It's in the MAM? Cool, I can build a MAM. I don't have any screws to build anything else. Because the awesome shop is the one building that takes screws. It'd be under Caterium, wouldn't it? Because that's where the splitters is. There it is. Oh boy. Now that's a programmable splitter. Smart splitter. I'm not seeing it here. Because the other splitters are under here, so I would have thought they would have been under that branch. That wouldn't be mycelia. Maybe quartz? Ah! Look, it needs more bloody crystal oscillators. Ah. Okay. Luckily we can handcraft those at least. I've got 5, I need 15. I mean, I could change the smart splitter to go prioritize the other output, and that should be enough actually. I think. See this splitter here, I was prioritizing merging through there, but that's probably crushing that. So if I change that to overflow, and that to any, that may actually fix it. I might not need a priority merger, but that is a use case where a priority merger would actually be useful. Okay, we have an ad break coming up in 1 minute, and I'm being told the dinner is ready. So when the ad break hits, I am going to pause this and take a break, probably about 15 minutes, to have some dinner. "45 minutes, stand up over, work laptop shut off till the evening." Okay. Cool. This might actually be dropping, but it's also freezing, so it's hard to tell. Maybe I'll just chuck a priority merger on there anyway and see what happens while I'm at dinner. No. Hang on, I haven't actually unlocked it yet, have I? For machine outfitting, are you putting 60 plus 1 on 120 capacity belt on it? I'm not using belts to throttle it. I'm trying to use smart splitters to balance and merge. But I will tackle it after the dinner break because dinner is ready, and I am being called and this ad break is about to kick in on Twitch. So thank you for those watching. I will be back in about 15 minutes where we will try and figure out this logistics balancing problem.
Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, almost back. Just firing up virtual desktop again. Reconnecting. Okay. Just running a Twitch break now while I'm setting up. That way it will give us more time without ads afterwards when we're jumping in. Just one more minute. Okay, and we should be back. Now, I apologize because I think my auto stabilization has not been working for the stream, which means things are probably being jitterier than usual. And I'm not sure if it's automatically turning on and off properly now. So I've forced it on, which means running around in VR should look a bit smoother, but when I open UE screens like this, it might be a bit wobbly and jittery or warped as it's opening and closing. Hopefully not though. So, we were dealing with logistical challenges of not having Mark IV belts yet. We only have Mark III, which has a throughput of 270. There's a beam foot right there. 270, and we need 300 of each material coming through here. So I think I over-engineered what I had down here before. Am I actually streaming? Yes. Okay.
Diapover has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Dippy, I just had dinner. But sure, I'll have a drink. I have some lovely Bundaberg spiced ginger beer, which I opened over dinner. It's super refreshing. And I must apologize because I was factually incorrect last time I told you about this drink. I said it was out now, available in Australia, in the lead up to Christmas. And I have washed down dinner. Bundaberg spiced ginger beer is typically a Christmas delicacy in Australia. And it is not actually available yet. We are way far out of Christmas and it is not available. It just turns out that the missus happened to have a stash in the spare room. So, outputting 100 here. We're using 40 and 40 here. So, this one here will cover the input of these two here. I am using a smart splitter here. If I can interact with it. So it will guarantee supply before merging with the rest. Now that means we don't actually need this belt here at all. That way, the one on the end there will quite happily feed its 100 through, of which 80 will go to there and 20 will continue on through here. Now this one we might want to make a priority merger, which I haven't unlocked. I went to unlock it, I made the materials to unlock it, and I didn't unlock it. Good to see you back in Satisfactory VR the other day, Dippy. It was under quartz. This one. If people are interested, Dippy VR is also a Twitch streamer and streams VR content. Various different VR things. I've seen him do Synth Riders and some Beat Saber, I think. But he has just started streaming some Satisfactory again in VR. Which is always good to see other people back in Satisfactory in VR. Okay, now we should be able to go priority merger. First time I've ever built one of these. Let me interact with it, please. So the center input, we should be able to give high priority. That means that the leftovers from here will be given priority through here, which means that one won't back up. The others might, but we'll get onto that. We'll do the math. So theoretically, these should stay full. Had to look up priority merger a few days ago. I thought it was a mod. No, it's a real thing. It's in the Awesome Shop. Not the Awesome Shop, the MAM. It was added in 1.1. And it's one of those things where you go, what on earth would I need that for? Okay, this is blocked. That's very blocked. Is that splitter not even working? Ah, it's got to go somewhere, I guess. So that's restoring that. Which means we're not using that. So that's 100 plus 20, which should be enough for that one. 100 plus 20 is 120, so that's only enough for 2.5 of that. So we do need more than 100 there, but that should actually be enough to let the ore flow. It's more just how much. Again, we might need a priority merger there. No, we don't. That's got to prioritize the stuff going through there. Let's see if that balances out. Built a ton of smart splitters, but not a single priority merger. Well, smart splitters have more obvious uses. And smart splitters used to be used back in the day for, like I saw, you had a disposal unit which would sort things into different ones. So smart splitters and programmable splitters have always had that kind of sorting utility. But a priority merger is less obvious in its use case. And that is dropping, which is good, because our problem was that was a bottleneck. Now we find out if there's another bottleneck. We might need to priority merger all the way along here so that it prioritizes the output of each one. So the leftovers comes over here. So the numbers we're aiming for here are 225, 225. That is correct. We should have 200 here. That's the output we're looking for. 2 belts of 225 and a belt of 200 iron. We're not quite there yet. If I rate limit this belt, that might help prioritize the other one. Math again. How much total do we need? Oops, missed! Ah! Damn it. That one's fine. I think this one is bottlenecked. Yes. Thing is, I want to prioritize all the ore going to these machines before the overflow goes to this. So the left input is the one we want to prioritize here. I might just prioritize each one along. Come on, let me interact, although I copied it, so that should be the same settings. Let me interact, please. I saw it there briefly. I should wander away and come back again. Okay, yes, it did copy it. So that should prioritize each one that comes along, which is these two. So anything else will then overflow to here. Let's see if that helped. That's better? Oh, there's probably backup. That's probably over the rate because there's backup. But these are still 225, although that's not a given because these might be dropping. So I do need to give it a while to level out. But there you go. There's a use case for priority merges. I'm gonna watch this now. I don't trust it. Maybe I should move the splitter further along. It is dropping. It is dropping over time. That one's flat. And that one's flat because it's doing a splitter to over here. Okay. Still 225. They're all 225. I don't think that's right. Problem is you can think it's fixed, and then there'll be something blocking and dwindling little by little until it all grinds to a halt. These are looking okay though. These are all looking still saturated. It's just this one here that's being a bit troublesome, but it is dropping. So I think we've solved it. Hurrah! I think I'll just leave this and I'll start on the rest of the build because there's a lot of work left to do and I'm not going to get it all done tonight. So we are running iron along here as well now. Before it was just steel. And I might change which one is which. So I might have the two steel next to each other and then the iron on the side. But I can just run the belts now, that's fine. And then we can figure out which belt is which at the end of it. How's our power looking? Is it stable? Oh, so stable. Okay. Earlier on we overclocked all the coal generators by 200%, effectively doubling our entire power production. This was a bit haphazard through here, it's just sort of like running them loosely and making a lot of use of curved belts, because curved belts make everything look great. Again, we're going for functional build tonight, and we'll come back and work on architecture once all the functional stuff is done. I hope we've got enough clearance down there. Let's rotate that around, thank you. Oops. That is the one other thing that is easier on flat mode than in VR, is rotating things. Even though there's a couple of different ways of rotating things, it's still a pain in the butt in VR. You can either use the thumbstick, so down on the thumbstick and then rotate it around notch at a time. Or you can hold the rotate button over here and rotate this way. So this is good for quickly rotating around a lot, but it's easy to slip and get the wrong angle. Okay. So here's our thrown together steel factory, which we're going to tear down. And then a new one will be born in its ashes. Not sure if I want to keep all the foundations, but I do want to keep their position. So I don't want to delete all of them that are at a certain angle. And I'm probably going to overload my bags here. Actually, that one on the ground I might leave. So you may notice these circular edges here all line up with the circular point in the middle there. So these multiple platforms were actually slightly angled at different angles so that the center of each building was lined up with the middle there. So we'll probably preserve that, but I don't know if we're going to go with lots of small buildings, or probably we'll have a number of smaller buildings, or we might merge it into one building. Oh, this was terrible, this stuff through here. Like underneath here, we kept running into this stupid rock thing. I wonder if I can blow that up. I think I could possibly blow up the mushroom, but I don't think I could blow up the rock. But we can certainly try. See, this is a pretty nice big area over here. But we're going to be putting... This was just pipes, beams, and encased beams. And we are going to be adding motors and stators to it using blueprint factories. Yeah, see that belt straight through the rock there. Yeah, so this platform here is 5 degrees out from this platform here, which is 5 degrees out from the other platform over there. And these are going to be full of concrete. Is my bag already exploding? Oh, it's not. Huh. Must have let things run through. I mean, it'll explode if I delete those. No, do not delete that, otherwise my bags will explode. I mean, these are only little containers, but still, I only have little bags. And this was quite a temporary setup here for making the encased beams, because it was sort of a quickie thing. This thing is a very overclocked, summer slooped factory producing constructor. Okay, so yeah, see, I've got a canister there, so I have run out of capacity. Theoretically, everything I delete is going to end up in the one dismantle crate. It's actually not that full yet. Okay. I think these are all from Mark II belts, because we didn't have Mark III when we first built it. It's a lot of concrete. Why did I bring so much concrete? There's lots over here. These are kind of awkward. Okay, we have 3 lines coming in under there. I'm going to save the game and try blowing that up. I think I can blow up those ugly things there too. Still demolishing. Because yeah, I think it's just going to be easier if I have that whole room there to build in, and I think I might get rid of that as well. Don't think I need that there. I'm pretty sure I can blow those up. No, that went off at a bit of an angle. Okay, that bit's really going to blow up. Probably should get closer. That's good. Do you reckon 1 bit's enough? Nah, let's add a bit more. One through. Thank you. I don't know if I can blow these bits up, but I certainly will try. Didn't have explosives when we last. These spiky things you cannot blow up. That's really annoying. Those things you can. Oops. Right. Let's see how that goes. And kablooey. Yes! Okay, so the big one blew up, the slabs of rock did not. Which is annoying. Getting a bit of lag actually with the trigger. Those I can probably just chainsaw, but let's... Here we go. Oh look, a levitating rock, great. With levitating coral. Oh, that's just grass, that wasn't in the radius of the explosion. But these stupid spikes, indestructible. Meanwhile me, oh no, this tree clips a bit, but I have to move the whole factory. I like keeping trees. Look, my main factory features multiple trees. But these are low-textured mushrooms. Like, I'm keeping some of them. I haven't blown up everything. But I'm trying to fit a steel factory here, and there's only so much room. I mean, earlier I was working on an improved walkway and fence around for tree features. Okay. There's 5 components to this steel factory? 4, maybe? There's the primary bits, which will be pipes and beams. Now, those pipes and beams won't feed into the motors. The motors and stators have their own pipes in the blueprint. So the pipes and beams isn't going to be particularly large. I think it's like 4 or 6 constructors each. So that'll probably go in the middle. We need to do encased beams, which will be some constructors for concrete and bring over some pipes. I think I'm going to use the pipes recipe. So I think having the encased beams close to the concrete makes sense. So we have the encased beams on this side, the basic beams and pipes here, and then going around we can have the motors and stators, which are the fancy blueprint factories. I think that's the way to do it. And then we can incorporate... I'm pretty sure this platform here I did line up with the center. Actually, let's run. I mean, it's fairly lined up with something. Where did that build? That's interesting. Is it lined up with that? Yes, it's lined up with this one. So this here is the angle that that slab is on there. So if that factory is there, it will effectively line up with there as sort of the center point that matches the curve. So I might start with that because it's probably the easiest, at least position-wise, because we're working our way around the circle. It's not going to get in the way of anything, and that will inform how much space we have for the other ones. So this little constructor that could is going to get blown away. This already is a Mark II, but I believe we're going to overclock the crap out of it. Oh, I emptied the other one, so I got a new one. Great. Okay, so we could lower this down a bit for this part of the factory floor, or we could leave it high enough that we could squeeze logistics in underneath it. That's probably worth doing. So if I just go with the 4 meters for now. Okay, so if we incorporate that within the factory walls, or we could just have it as like a little alcove on the outside, with this being the main factory part. See, these are not pretty. There are some really pretty parts to this planet and this world, and it's one of the reasons I love it so much. And then I went and decided to build in the blue crater, which still has lots of low texture quality stuff. Okay. I don't have a hover pack, so let's chuck down a build tower to sort of get a bird's eye view of things. So let's put it there. Just realized I should have set up a time-lapse camera. Oh well. Should be more prepared next time. Now this... I'm trying to remember the plan. Maybe I should switch back to the plan and have a quick look to refresh what's entailed in this. So let me switch back to the factory planner. Just give me a sec. I need a shortcut for it. I don't have a shortcut for it at the moment. Satisfactory modeler, that's the one. It's not my favorite tool, but it is the most powerful tool. Okay. So here's that's the steel factory plan. So this is the bit we're doing at the top here. So our miner here is overclocked to 150. So it's going to output 180 raw. That's fine. It's going to go into 4 constructors. And then that will make concrete, which will go into... Oh, I went 3. Okay. And that's encased industrial pipe, which is an alternate recipe that I may not have unlocked yet, but I have a lot available currently. So if I haven't unlocked it yet, I should be able to easily get it. So 4 constructors, 3 assemblers, encased industrial pipe. That's the plan. Okay. Let me just return to the game. Now let's chuck down an assembler. And just check if we've got that recipe or not. I do. No, that's the beam. I don't. It's fine. This is fine. I'm sure it's waiting for me. I was just going to use the encased industrial beam, but the numbers actually just worked out cleaner using encased industrial pipe. Sold. You know what? I think I'm going to pick up those inventory slots. See, I've researched so much that the last one I researched only gave one recipe. So doing these means I can actually research a bit more. But what I'll get is I'll get those other lousy ones that I didn't want. So not too worried about it at the moment. Here we go. Pipes, concrete. Now, Stators. I can't use the stator method. Maybe I could. Yes, I could. Okay. We have a blueprint for making stators, and it's close to the machine layout of what we need here. So I am tempted to build this and then just modify it for what we need. Now, I kind of want the output facing forward, and the output is that side. So I reckon if I just plonk this down, I can use that as a basis and just modify it to what we need. How's that lined up? It's a bit pokey at the back there. I mean, 4x4 is what the blueprint maker was, so... Now, this does have 6 constructors on the bottom and 2 extra constructors and only 2 assemblers, so it will need a little bit of modification. But all we need to do is take these off. Oh, that's right, there's all these fiddly bits. Who puts fiddly bits on the constructor? And all the little signs. What is that? Is that a sign? That's a sign. Which means there's probably another one hiding over there. So we should be able to just get that assembler and snap another one on. Not sure why it was complaining about clipping. Maybe it was because the 2 power connectors were right on top of each other. Now, interestingly, I didn't leave a gap between these. So I guess I just whacked that down there. I probably want the output to go forward. This is an input here. This is the output. So I think I do want the output in the middle, which means I need to change that. Actually, it's easier if I put the output on this one. Again, we can always redo this later. Nope. This is higher. Damn it! It didn't snap properly. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, let's give a foundation for it to sit on. It's probably sitting on that. That's better. Oh, vertical merges. And there's that little sign. That's better. And we had a bit of a frame on the output here. And power is connected up the top. And the stators we will make encased industrial pipe. And I think these are 100%. I think these numbers actually leveled out to be about right. Or not about right, exactly right. And that's one of the reasons I went with this recipe, is the numbers are a bit more friendly. Oh, I forgot to nudge it down a meter. See this? This whole blueprint was supposed to be down a meter. I'll just have to bring the floor up a meter. It's probably easier at this stage. Okay, now we have 6 constructors under here when we only need 4. I could delete 2, or I could just underclock. So these are just going to make concrete. And anyone remember the numbers that recipe needed? Five concrete each. So there's 15 total. That doesn't seem right, because this is 15 per minute. Oh, that was per cycle, not per minute. If I expand it, it's actually 20 concrete per minute. So 60 concrete per minute total. This one we are getting the pipes from elsewhere. We're not building that in. 60... that's 10 per machine, because it's 60 divided by 6. Duh. Okay. Because this originally went to a vertical stack, these are vertical splitters, so this is a mess here, and we'll need cleaning up, and we'll need to bring pipes in manually, so we will need to redo the logistics in that area. This was 150%, was it? I think so. So the concrete, which is the input of these, comes in here. Let's redo this floor a meter higher. So let's leave 1 as a reference. There's more under there we need to delete. No easy way through this one. Okay, so now the constructors are properly sitting on the ground, and these lights are sort of just a little sublight underneath. We need to bring concrete in here. So we can bring it down under the floor here, up through the floor here. So let's replace these by 1 meter so that we can fit logistics in underneath them. Now, the neatest thing to do here would be to put a vertical splitter here. Let's give it a go. We want it reversed, so we output this way. Up like that. Then if we get a splitter and snap it on that way. Oops, not lift 4. Give me a conveyor. Half that way. That's not level. I thought it looked suspiciously out of alignment. I have heard of issues with vertical splitters and wonky heights. So that was there. If I go down there, is that the right height or is that too low? That's too low. Really? You know what? It's going to here and here. So why don't I just put holes either side there and just bring it up through the floor? Actually, that was too deep, that one. Get rid of this janky vertical splitter thing. Yep, moved. You know, maybe I'll leave that frame here. That actually kind of looks cool. Is this whole thing half a meter out? Or am I just... Nope, that's fine. That's the same. So this, I guess having it lined up here would be the best. Even though it's going to be wobbly underneath. Okay. Now we sneak under here. Yeah, we need to put a little splitter here. Actually fits pretty neatly. Is that going to curve out too much? Yeah, you don't like that. But is this enough room? Yes, it is. Probably even fit a straight one in here. Let's go curved. Nope, let's not go curved. Oh. Right. Concrete is feeding through. We don't have power yet. But if we fire up power, we should actually start getting concrete made here. Again, final power will be a bit neater, but let's just whack this connector on here. It's alive. I mean, the concrete's alive. The encased beams are dependent partly on us having tubes fed from the next one over. And we still need to figure out actually the manifold at the back of this. Play random nudge direction games. I think I might just delete this whole manifold here because it was kind of set up for a different purpose. I mean, maybe we just... Nope. Maybe we can reuse that to feed in the pipes. But we would need a manifold kind of this side. And we also need another one over here. So this... sorry, there's a splitter, so it goes that way around. Oh, that's going to be hard to get up to. I think I'm going to need a foundation to be able to put the reference point here for the conveyor to snap onto. Stop trying to snap over there. Okay. Oh, that's a bit squeezy on that side. So what we want is, well, that's really squeezy. So we want some splitters along here. How are we going to do this? It's going to have to be that sort of position, but there. I'll need to change down there, I think. See, this sort of clipping I don't mind too much. This clipping is kind of bugging me. This clipping I can say, well, the concrete isn't there inside the lift, so I can justify that. This kind of makes me want to move this entire lot over a meter, which would take forever. We don't technically need all the support up the top because we don't have machines above. So maybe we just strip it down a bit. Can always tweak it later though. Oh, should have kept that foundation here because I need the same one here. Sakes. Let me see. Yeah, okay, that's better. Okay, so this lift needs to start from here. Needs to be the other way around, damn it. Now hopefully that will be enough for us to... Yes, it is. Perfect. Okay, I think I'm going to have a bit of a drink. Just a sec. And I'm going to sit down on the stool because I'm getting a little tired because it's getting rather late here. Okay. So we now have concrete feeding in here. We can bring pipes feeding in this other one here. And so this pipes will go here. So that sort of informs our next factory will have pipes on this side and beams on the other side. Mindjive, good evening Mindjive, how are you this evening or this morning? Or there is a slug floating in the sky that must have been on top of that mushroom. We must rescue the slug. Oh, that's quite high up. That's really high up. Where is this slug? Okay, there. Wow, that's really high. Actually, I should have built a power tower up there, because that way I could have just ziplined up. Can I do that anyway? Haha! I wonder if I can do that. Flying slugs? No, well, there was... Remember that huge mushroom I blew up? It was one of those mushroom rock things that I cackled with glee as I blew it up. And obviously it was the home of a slug, so I've been depriving slugs of their homes. Oh, I love the zip line. So useful. Ah! And the parachute. Hey, Sluggo. You want to come to a new home? I could put you on the planned slug water slide, or I could grind him into power shards. What did I just delete randomly then? Whoops. Power is still connected. Okay. Slug has been rescued. Okay, so this is one section of the factory. This is our heavy encased beams. Once we at least get some pipes in here, because we're using the pipes alternate recipe. So the next factory over, or the next building section, again, we're lining up with the center of that. So I could just build it kind of on this platform here. We will also have kind of a factory front, similar to what we have in the front up there with the storage area. So that will probably be at the front here. And again, this part of the factory isn't going to be huge. But rather than using, because we had a 5-degree angle there and another 5-degree angle there that we could use. But I think this, because this is kind of centered to this point, is it? Yeah, so this is the center point that lines up with the center over there. So the idea is that whatever we do here, this is the center. Might overlap with that. Maybe we should go around the next one. Maybe this is the better one to do, because that's centered off that point there. And that'll give us a bit more space, and we can actually have some breathing room between each of the buildings. And then we blow up that thing over there and go further around and have our motors and stators over there. Also, if I build it there, I might not need to move those containers very soon. I do need to get rid of those though. Those are going to be in the way. This is not going to fit in my inventory. I felt myself rise up as the loot crate appeared under my feet. I don't think I can bulk. Does removal delete them? Yes. Okay, removal just deletes the entire crate. Huh. Several thousand hours of play and I've only just figured that out. You know, I do not need 5 alien protein. Maybe I should put this slug in a special place. Save him from the grinder. Okay. So this is the kind of the angle we're working from. I don't want to do too much lower down. I want to keep it at this height, I think, and upwards. Which is kind of, I mean, the coal starts a bit lower. There may be trains in the future here, and I'm not sure where exactly they will go. This building doesn't have to be at the same height as that one, though, so maybe we do put it here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. We want it centered. This is the center. 1, 2, 3 on that side. 1, 2, 3 on that side. With the center that way. Thinking output products for a foyer, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 products. So the space required for those is a little bit less than a square, so we could fit 5 across here, but there's not going to be much room either side. But that's a problem, I think, for later. I think if we work with this now. So the idea is most of the factory is going to be at the back, and then the front office can extend out further that way if need be. This is going to be a pain in the butt, especially since I want to build vertically. So realistically, can't go that far back, at least not for the vertical parts of the factory. Yeah, okay, so maybe we'd build a wall there as an indicator of that's where it kind of lines up. Not there. So that's not a permanent wall, that's just there to indicate do not do vertical stuff past this point. Okay. Now, I think it was... I should probably look at the planner again. Just give me a second. Switch over briefly. I really should pin it to my bar. Okay, so we've done this bit. Oh, I can't drag on here with this mouse because I'm in VR still. 4.5 constructors for pipes and 2 for beams. These is 4.5 because we are feeding some into the other side over there. So this is a really dodgy number to try and build something evenly, because we either have a stack of 2 and a stack of 3, or 2 stacks of 2 and then we overclock, or just a stack of 4 and we overclock. This is easy and really isn't much, but this output here, this is only for building supplies. That's why we're not making a huge amount. Okay, 5 of pipes, 2 of beams. Let's minimize that. Okay, that's actually not too hard to switch from VR and look up, because I was still in VR when I looked it up. 5 of pipes, 2 of beams. The beams is easy. They can go on that side. 5 of pipes. Okay, we have blueprints that we've made for constructors vertically. I'm tempted to do 6 and then just load balance them. So this is the middle point here, so we want to have it off to the side here. Let's merge the outputs in the middle. Actually, let's do the one at the back of the factory first. Again, they're constructors. They don't take up a huge amount of space. We could leave them hovering, or we could sink them down. For these ones, I might actually leave them up. I kind of like the raised look. I mean, we didn't raise that one in the end, we sunk it, but it's not like it's a particularly large stack, even if we build 6 of them. Does the mod have blink option for movement? It does not have blink option for movement, unfortunately, no. That is a technical hurdle I haven't solved yet, because basically the smooth movement just calls the standard movement functions inside the game. It does have snap turn though, so in the mod settings, if you go under mods here, there is turning style here, so you can change that to snap turning. So if you're okay with forward backwards, you can do snap turning, which most people it's the smooth turn that throws them off. Some people smooth movement does as well though. There hasn't been a huge amount of people asking for teleport motion. I could possibly do a blink motion, maybe. Like when you push forwards, it does a jump forward? Maybe? But doing the whole teleport arc collision thing, I think, would be a bit challenging to do. At least within the bounds of my technical skills at this stage. Maybe later on I can. So this is the middle of the factory here. So this, I guess I'll just line it up the back. That way the outputs are all kind of down the middle here. Which means there's going to be a lot of space, but that's fine. Okay. Now, one thing I didn't manage to build into this blueprint is a way of getting up and down. So where's that lookout tower gone? Oh, there's one. So these are the steel beams, standard recipe. And these are all pipes. Now, we actually only needed 4.5 constructors worth of pipes, and we're trying to make this balanced. So once again, we have too many constructors. So we have 6 times 4.5 divided by 6. Didn't work. Maybe I'll just plug it into my calculator over here. That's a bit more reliable. 4.5 divided by 6 is 0.75. Okay, that's easy to do. 75%. Copy. Oh, that's right. You have to pick a recipe before you can paste. Ah, too far. I was wondering if I was going to slip. Okay, I think it was that one I haven't done yet. And was it that one? That one. So theoretically, they are now all producing the amount of steel beams, steel pipes we need. Now I kind of had the concept of feeding all the outputs up and then across that way. And that point there is actually where we need to feed in the pipes. So that's kind of where a general area we need to aim for. And obviously these are vertical. So we're going to attempt to do vertical merges again. I might actually start with a hole in the ground as just a reference point. Kind of need to be up there to get a line of sight, because this might line up or I might need to go across and then down again. Am I going to make that jump? Okay, so that point there, how far up is that? Okay, let's use that. $7 meters, or is it 6 meters? Probably 6 meters. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'll do. Did I get it right? That looks pretty good. It's pretty straight as well, okay. This is probably, it's either going to be exact or it's going to be out by a meter. I think it's a meter too high. I think it needs to be there. Which is, either way is inconvenient because we can't have a merger from the bottom left, right to come out the side. It has to come out the top. So I think we're going to have to go up and across either way. So wherever this goes, this needs to go higher. We need to go higher than that. Just looking for a comfortable roof height. It's probably fine. Okay, so that's what we're aiming for. So the output is that way. Now, I was thinking if we attempt to have these, no, we're not going to be able to face them inwards because it needs to face that way. Unless we put a hole up there. If we put a hole, we should be able to align it this way. And with a bit of luck, it will remember that we want it facing this way. Merges. That actually looks like that one's lining up. Maybe. Yes, it's actually level on this time. It's a miracle, and the lift is facing the way we want it to. Now, theoretically, I should be able to delete that, and the rest of it will stay and not explode. I think we've got it. It would be nice to get the encased beams, this factory working before I finish for the night. I'm already over time. So then that will run across the roof here, across to this roof here, and down and join onto this. But for now, let's do a quick and dirty. What's a curve look like? Ooh, curvy. This is still pumping out concrete, even though it's not doing anything with it. I mean, it is slow and stacks to 500, I guess. Okay, so next thing to do is power. So we've already got power wired up on these stacks. So what we can do is... Where's that going to end up? There. So if I connect... Right. I really need a hover pack. Power. Which we will make neat later on. I suppose we probably should actually put some steel in here as well, so it actually can make the pipes. Again, we've got vertical shenanigans going on. This one will come from the floor though, because our steel is running along the perimeter there. So that's there. That's actually probably too close. And again, if we can, we'll have the lift facing outwards so we can see what's on it. If we can get away with it. I think that's lined up. Now these, how much do they need? 22.5 per minute. So even if we come back later and overclock these, they're not going to get a Mark III. So just a Mark I is fine. Look, that's not lined up. Is this what people are complaining about online? Is this what they have to put up with? Is it because it's in a hole? Is that why it's... How? Like I can half nudge it down, but that's going to break it. How am I going to do this? Let's attempt to have this 0.5 meter and see if that works. I wonder if it's because the foundation is only 1 meter. I know that can play silly buggers with other things. Or it used to. Like snapping to the world grid would make you off by 0.5 meter. Haha! Whether this works or not is another thing. But it's in. I really hope they fix these vertical lifts. If anyone's tried the experimental branch yet, do they know if there's any changes to vertical lifts there? So, look, there's even a gap there. So now theoretically I should be able to delete all that mess, I should be able to connect that to there. It'll get the angle wrong, but the rest might work. I just randomly threw a pillar up somewhere there, didn't I? It's that time of the night where I'm getting tired. Okay, so theoretically, steel flowing up there should end up with pipes out there. Hiya, I sadly won't watch stream today. I still wanted to drop in and say hi. Thanks for dropping by, Top Dialix. Thank you. I appreciate the visit. You know where to find the VODs if you want to catch up later on. So, where were those lines of minerals? Oh, we haven't connected them yet. So the steel is all going to be used for the motors factory, which is over there. So it would be best if we have the steel on this outer line here and have the iron on the outer line and the steel on the middle and inner line. So this one needs to be iron, and that actually matches up with the arrangement of the source minerals up here. So that actually works out really well for once. That's kind of amazing. It was every weekend, right? Yes, I stream almost every weekend. Okay, we got a problem here. These are spot on. This is still struggling. But that's only needed for the motors factory, which is not going to be finished today. What's going on? That's efficient. That's efficient, okay. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe it was only a 150. That sounds... Hang on, that's not getting enough copper. How's chat text interface with your VR headset? Thanks, Top Dynamics. Amazing, good luck building, thank you. So I'm using a Quest 3 with virtual desktop, and I'm running in OpenXR mode. But I'm using a bit of software called Open Kneeboard on my VR computer. So Open Kneeboard was used by Simmers and was made to allow them to be able to...
X just sent 100 bits.
Oh,
Cheers,
thank you very
Top
much. Thanks for the bits. So yes, sorry, Open Kneeboard. I wonder if this is too slow. Allows me to run an app and then show that app projected in my VR space. So whenever I look off to the right, kind of in this position here, I've got a little floating window here. And it's kind of small normally, so it doesn't get in the way of when I'm looking around. But if I look directly at it, it zooms in. And I have a dashboard here which has chat, combined chat from Twitch and YouTube. And I can also see the Twitch and the YouTube stream videos in the side as well. So it's a custom dashboard I've made to show the information I need. And then I'm just using Open Kneeboard to look at it in VR. This is blocked. 66%. There's a Mark 1 somewhere. Mark 2. There'll be a Mark 1 bottleneck somewhere. And it's the lift. Let's check down here. What's that? That is a Mark 1 as well. Okay. So we did not do a very good job at upgrading our copper line. Missed. Links Ranger, I also use chat, what's it called? Streamerbot. You know, almost every streamer uses Streamerbot. And I have alerts set up, so if I do get a message on either of the chats, I have a little bell that goes ding-a-ling-a-ling that notifies me that I should look at my chat window. So usually I don't miss chat messages. Okay, so with that tiny trickle more copper, this should hopefully increase to 200. These are rock solid though, so that's fine. I can start routing that to the new factories. This was just set up to be able to check my throughputs to make sure I was outputting the right
Incoming propaganda
amount.
broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
We've got an ad break coming up. Yeah, I missed. Thank you for the explanation. Awesome stuff. Looking forward to getting a headset here soon. Didn't even know you could play Satisfactory with one until your stream popped in my recommended. That's excellent. That's why I stream. Well, it's also, it's fun to stream. But yes, I am the creator of the mod. If you're on YouTube, in the notes on the video, oh, that's almost up to 200 already. There's a link to the mod. You can also type in chat !VR mod, and it'll also give you a link to the VR mod if anyone wants any further information about it. Okay, this got chopped off. I think it just ran straight out of there. So yes, I do stream Fridays and or Saturdays most weeks, usually as long as there's not something else on. Mostly I stream Satisfactory. Now and again I will stream No Man's Sky, and there is a new No Man's Sky update out. But I am of the firm belief that whenever a No Man's Sky update comes out, you wait a week for them to fix all the really bad bugs. Which there's already an update on the experimental branch. Okay, again, just trying to get this working, so I'm just going to plug in a quick lift here. Just to get this rolling. Coming over there, so we can take it all the way to there. Now hopefully I've connected the right material up. That was a bit more of a vertical height than I was expecting. Now I've only got one set of conveyor constructors here at the moment. I still need to connect up the other ones. But all three of those seem to be doing something. There's pipes, small pipes. I can't see the next set of pipes. So let's jump up here. These are the old containers from the old factory that are full of pipes and beams. So we will clear that out once we have new containers online. Are we getting pipes out? No, we're not. Look at that. That's stopped. So something is going on with this. Vertical splitters and mergers combined with holes tends to be quite buggy. There we go. I have noticed that before, that I've had to rebuild every bit of lift that's between a vertical splitter and a hole at either end. Oh no, clipping. Oh, ugh. You know, if I delete that beam, it won't look so bad. Now they fit. Except I have not... We're missing power. I think I might have accidentally deleted a power connector from this top floor. Probably when because there used to be two constructors there, so let's connect that to there. But I'm probably also missing some belts in here. This was a blueprint factory for making one thing, and I hacked it up to making case beams instead. So it was a bit of manual tweaking to be done. Yeah, that fits. That was an ad break, wasn't it? Has that actually started yet? The ad's about to land. Okay, I'm going to have a drink back after the Twitch ad breaks run, and then we'll finish this off.
It's time
there
to
it
do
is.
those stretches and hydrate.
Going to have a drink. Peace back soon. Okay, and we are back. Yes, stream is catching up again. Okay, we were just bringing the new of piecemeal and just temporary logistics at the moment. We've kind of been working on the functionality side of it first, and then we'll deal with tidying up logistics and wiring a bit later on. It is very late at night here, and I'm kind of past where I usually end, but I do want to bring on... I mean, it'd be nice to bring on the other constructors over there, but I think at least if I bring these 3 online, that will be a good point to pause for the session. So we have 3 constructors here making pipes. We've got 3 more at the back here. We're doing vertical manifolds, which, yeah. So when I built the other one, the vertical splitters were lining up to the ½ meter, which means they weren't lining up to the machine when I was building them lined up with a hole on the ground. We got around it by building the hole a ½ meter off the ground. But I will try it at the right height first, and we'll see if it behaves itself. So... build from here above where we need to go. Splitter. That's too low. That's too high by ½ meter. So it is a consistent bug, or at least I'm encountering it as a consistent bug. Last time I built a foundation in a hole, but if I just grab a hole and then I ½ meter nudge the hole, that should be all I need to do to fix it. We won't leave the hole there, obviously, but it should be enough to get these lined up and attached. The problem, yeah, see, even here correctly. But if I now rebuild that hole in the right place, I can then attach that down onto the bottom there. And of course it'll turn it around rather than keep the angle I told it. But we take what victories we can. Now we drop some power down here to underneath. And again, I'm going to have to fall down here to actually get it in the right spot. Hooray! Okay, now this is our steel coming in. We're going to need a manifold. And this steel may also go to other things, because I haven't done the math to see if this steel line is the entire line needed just for this bit or not. But again, we'll do some temporary, just a splitter in here for now. And then we will upgrade the logistics later on when we know just exactly what we need to put in this place. You know, I'm not even going to be bothered with this splitter at that end. I'm just going to put this on here. Let's drop it down a bit further so we don't need to ramp up quite so much. Again, temporary just to get things rolling and functional for now. I might do a little bit of work on it off stream, although I might stream tomorrow night. I'll see how I feel, see how much time I have. Oh, it did go in, excellent. And lifts on the other side. That's all connected, so that can drop into place. That should be it. We've even got the mergers on the other ends already connected up, so I can't see if that's actually, which is interesting because this is the ore. Okay, the ore is pretty low on the conveyor. I'm not going to be able to see that. Okay. Oh yes, of course. I need to put the tiny little conveyor belts between the splitters and the machines in place. And now we can delete that off the top. There we go. And that's shit into there. Cool, and the vertical constructor manifold is functioning. A few quirks we needed to sort out, but this is our first use case of the blueprint, which we made last week, I think. And all... no, what's that middle assembler doing there? Let's check up on what's going on here. We haven't got the output of this going anywhere yet, so it's possible... oh no, look, there's a missing lift. That would be why that's not working. Ah, okay, it is supposed to connect to this bit. There we go. Okay, concrete is flowing into there. So we now have our 12 encased beams per minute happening. But again, the output's not going anywhere yet. So that's kind of the merged output there. Yeah, okay, that's pretty cool. Happy with that progress. It's not the most towering building, being only 3 constructors high though. Because I was thinking of kind of these tall buildings in the background and then like a lower office in the front, but we'll see what the result is at the end. So next time we will work on steel beams. The steel beams and the leftover pipes from this are just going to go into the depot for building supplies. They're not supplying any other factory at all. But we do have a couple of other blueprints, so we'll make another factory segment off to the side where we have a couple of other blueprints ready to go. Where are they? So we have a Stators factory that makes 10 Stators per minute. So we'll plop that down, and that includes the steel pipes made as part of the recipe. So there's a lot more pipes being made, but it's part of this blueprint rather than just coming out of that stack there. And then we have motors, which is an even bigger one, which generates 5 motors per minute. So, and that technically could be a stackable blueprint. We will try stacking it next time. But we'll probably keep merging around the circle here because we've got a circular theme around the edge of the blue crater here. And let's just go check up on our iron and see if it's caught up to the expected throughput. This is where we're actually making the ingots of steel and iron. And 224. Actually, that's probably fine. That's higher than expected. We're expecting 200. But this steel here is actually not being completely used. So this is going to be backing up and reducing how much steel is used, which is going to increase the iron. So I think that's fine. Well, we can just double check and just make sure none of these are backed up and all of them have their full inputs. Yes, yes, yes. That's a bit high. Again, it's possibly because the steel is backing up and therefore that will cause some flow-on congestion. So I'm not too concerned. I'm pretty sure it's all working well. Bean is still in the same spot he was an hour ago. Right. That was a pretty productive session. We also overclocked our coal generators 200%. So we've doubled our power supply output for now. I'll head back to the home base, say goodnight to the doggos, and then I'll leave it there. we blew up a mushroom. A very big mushroom. We also made a prototype hypertube lift. First time I've done some hypertube tech dabbling in quite a while. Okay, 2 dogs there, 1 dog there. Ooh, scratch, that's valuable. Fused module frames. Heavy frames, okay. Can't quite make those yet, so good. Oh, George. See, George knows what we need. We need crystal oscillators rather than handcrafting them. Because I have crystal oscillators here. Which chest was it in? Yeah, 127 plus those, and these are all from doggos. I have not made any handcrafted excess ones. Because I was using them for those glowing signs over there, but I can't automate them yet. Okay, so here's the hypertube lift I've made. So the idea is you come into the bottom of the lift and you jump, and then you're at the top. Wow, that parachute opened automatically. And if you want to go down, you just step on and you land down safely. I don't know why it's opening my parachute, that's new. So the trick is that normally if you come out of this entrance, you slam into the ground and lose half your health. So what I've done here is I have used one of the new hypertube junctions so that when you're coming up, you come up this way and out the top. But when you're coming back, you come through the straight part here, come flying out here, take no damage, and then harmlessly fall to the ground. So I think I'm going to put that in a blueprint, try and shrink it down and make it like looking nice, because it's a much quicker way of getting between floors in a factory than the Satisfactory elevator. Although it doesn't have the cool music. Night Sketch Jello, how you going? It's also a lot quicker than taking the stairs. Actually, I do want to log out up the top, so let me just go back up here. We also were working on an updated border for around our trees. We put one in place over there, but I still need to make a more compact one for putting in here. So I'll do that at some stage as well. Good. Well, you're just in time for us to log out. It is 11:30 p.m. on my side of the world. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed it and maybe learnt a few things or had got some ideas. I normally stream this time each week if you want to tune in. I also sometimes stream on Saturdays as well, mostly Satisfactory in VR, occasionally No Man's Sky or other VR games, but Satisfactory is my baby, my addiction. So let me see if there's someone worth rating out to. How are we going? Yeah, we've got a few viewers. So let me switch to the outro screen, take my headset off, and then I'll see if there's someone for the Twitch people to rate out to. Okay, let me load up the dashboard. Okay, we've got Fluxo build, Seals building and Satisfactory. Fluxo is always very amazing designs, so unless there's someone else that jumps out, I think we'll go raid Fluxo. Yep, I think we'll go below raid Fluxo. It's been a while since we raided Fluxo. So Fluxo is an amazing builder. He builds large, very detailed, brutalist style stuff. So let's go raid Fluxo and see what he's up to. Thanks again for watching, and hopefully I'll see you in the next stream.
Jeebers just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Jeebers, and welcome to the channel.
Caterium for research?
Yeah, with the whole tree needs research, I think I've already done a little bit of it.
I need concrete. Chemist, is there spare concrete that can be piped up this way, or should I? Oh no, I've got concrete over here. I just need to set up a concrete factory real quick.
Architecture likes being a bog wanker. He does.
What? Who said that?
I do not kiss and tell.
I'm not saying I'm keeping a list, but somebody just went on it.
I'm dumping Caterium ore into the drive.
Nice. I've got a lot of wire as well, Caterium wire.
Yeah, I've already loaded it.
it's looking productive over here now.
Yeah, stuff is happening.
Things are doing